Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are real, documented experiences, carefully curated and adapted to keep the facts clear and the atmosphere calm enough for sleep. Please like and subscribe and tap the bell to catch each new episode. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then a clean run to the end. Quiet documentary true narration with a literary edge for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. It was cold enough that my breath looked like steam as I exhaled, and my boots made a dry crunch over the frost-laced underbrush. The sun hadn't fully broken the horizon yet, just spilling gold onto the tops of the trees. The forest felt like it was still stretching, not quite awake. I was near the front, with Pam trotting ahead of me, ears perked and tail high, her usual morning confidence. My uncle was a few steps behind, checking his GPS, and my brother was off to the left, just out of view but close enough to hear his occasional hum as he walked. We were about 2 hours into a planned 4-hour hike, an old trail my uncle used to take in his 20s. Nothing too rugged, just long and winding through a part of the state forest that doesn't get many visitors. That was part of the appeal. No crowds, no noise. I remember noticing how clear everything sounded that morning. No cars, no wind yet, just the steady rhythm of boots on dirt and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. It was peaceful in the way only cold early mornings in the woods can be. I was taking a sip from my water bottle when Pam stopped dead in her tracks. No warning, just a full-body halt. Her ears twitched, and she let out this low growl, barely audible, more vibration than sound. I froze too, waiting to hear what she was hearing. But there was nothing, not just quiet, empty. All the usual sounds of the forest had gone. No bird song, no squirrels darting through leaves. Even the insects seemed to have vanished. I looked around slowly, expecting to see movement, something, anything, but the woods were holding their breath. My uncle noticed it next. He came up beside me, his face tight, already scanning the tree line. He whispered, probably without thinking, that it might be a coyote or a mountain lion, but I could tell he didn't believe it. Neither did I. Pam stood stiff, her hackles raised, lips barely curled but her body trembling. Not with fear but focus. She stared into a dense patch of trees ahead, unmoving. I called her name softly. Nothing. Not a flick of her ears, not a glance back. She was locked in. My brother appeared beside us then, drawn in by the same stillness. He made a joke, something about nature hitting the mute button, but it fell flat in the silence. Even he didn't smile after it left his mouth. We all felt it. Something was off. My uncle started to move forward slowly, keeping to the trail but looking toward where Pam was staring. I followed, and so did my brother, but we kept quiet. There was a tension to the air, like a rubber band stretched too far, a pressure you couldn't see but could feel in your jaw, in your ears. The trees grew tighter up ahead, leaning in over the path as if they were huddling. The light dimmed even though the sun was climbing. I kept glancing sideways, half expecting something to dart across the trail, but it didn't come. It wasn't that nothing was moving. It was like nothing could move. That's when Pam barked. Once. Sharp. Then she snarled. I'd never heard her snarl like that before. She's not an aggressive dog. Not easily spooked. She's been around bears and didn't even flinch. But this was different. This was warning. Threat display. Whatever she saw or sensed, it wasn't an animal. Or if it was, it wasn't acting like one. My uncle raised his arm, signaling us to stop. He looked ahead, his face pale. I turned too, and I swear for a second I thought I saw something between the trees. Not a shape, not a shadow, just a gap. A slice in the woods that didn't belong, like someone had cut a line through the air. And behind it there was no forest, just black. Not dark, black. I blinked, and it was gone. Pam whimpered, which shook me more than anything. She backed up a step, then another, until she was standing between me and my brother. Her body still faced forward, but her tail was down now. She didn't want to run, but she didn't want to go forward either. The silence kept going. It was too long by then. Unnatural. My uncle whispered that we should turn back. No one argued. As we moved, the silence moved with us. That was the worst part. It didn't stay behind in that stretch of trees. It followed. Every step we took, the stillness came too. The birds didn't return. The rustle of leaves didn't resume. We were walking through a vacuum. Pam stayed close now, occasionally glancing behind her. Her ears never relaxed. My brother kept looking over his shoulder, muttering about how maybe it was nothing. Maybe we scared off some animals, and that set Pam off. But he didn't believe it. I could hear it in his voice. I kept thinking about that black slit in the trees. I hadn't imagined it. I knew what I saw or didn't see. It was like looking into the absence of space. Not dark like a cave or night, but a kind of hollow. It felt like if I stepped into it, I'd keep falling. Or worse, I wouldn't fall at all. About 20 minutes later, just as the trail began to slope upward, I noticed something. A bird call. Faint but real. Then a second, from farther off, Pam's ears twitched. She stopped growling. We didn't say anything, but I could feel the mood shift. My uncle took a deep breath, and my brother rubbed his arms like he was shaking something off. I realized I was sweating under my jacket. The quiet wasn't gone, but it had loosened. The normal sounds of the forest were leaking back in. A squirrel chattered to the right. I could hear wind again. Pam sniffed the air and finally let her tail rise a little. We kept walking, a little faster now, as if afraid we might get reeled back into that bubble if we lingered. When we reached the car at the trailhead, the relief was physical. My uncle didn't even wait to get his boots off before starting the engine. Pam jumped into the back seat without needing a command. She curled into a tight ball and stared out the window the whole ride home. Not sleeping, not relaxing, just watching. We never found out what caused it. We looked online later, searching for things like forest goes silent or dog growls at nothing. Plenty of stories, but nothing that matched exactly. No explanations that made sense. Just other people who'd felt that same hush, that same wrongness. We didn't talk about it much after that. My brother laughs it off now, tells people we spooked ourselves. My uncle never went back to that trail. Says it's overgrown anyway, not worth the trip. I still hike, just not in that direction, not near those woods. And sometimes early in the morning, when I'm out on a trail, and the world feels quiet, not peaceful quiet, but the heavy kind, I stop and wait. I listen, and I watch Pam. If she ever growls again like she did that day, I won't ask why. I'll just turn around and go. I was driving alone through the desert stretch of Highway 491, what used to be Route 666, heading south toward my new duty station in Arizona. It was past midnight. The road ahead shimmered under my headlights, a ribbon of cracked asphalt vanishing into the black horizon. There wasn't another vehicle in sight, just endless miles of sand, sagebrush and darkness pressing in from both sides. The military had reassigned me on short notice, and I'd opted to drive instead of fly. I told myself I preferred the quiet, the space to think, but really I think I just needed time to adjust. Something about changing posts always left me uneasy, like I'd left unfinished business behind. I had the windows cracked, letting in the dry wind, and the stereo played low, mostly static, but enough of a rhythm to keep me company. That's when I saw him. A man walking along the shoulder, barely illuminated by my headlights. His back was to me, but he turned slightly as I approached, just enough to reveal a pale bearded face and dark clothes. He raised one arm, slow and deliberate, as if flagging me down. My foot hovered over the brake. I didn't stop, not because I didn't want to help. I've picked up plenty of stranded people over the years, but something about this guy set my nerves on edge. His movement felt off, too measured, too slow for someone alone in the desert at night. I passed him doing about 55, trying not to stare, and that's when the stereo died. Not a gradual fade, just silence. The static vanished. No click, no power surge, nothing. The dashboard lights flickered once, then steadied. I tapped the volume knob. Nothing. Checked the display. Black. The radio was completely dead. I muttered something under my breath and kept driving. Tried to rationalize it. Maybe dust had gotten into the wiring. Maybe heat fatigue. But my hands were tight on the wheel. I didn't like the timing. About 15 minutes later, I saw him again. Same guy. Same beard, same dark jacket, same dragging step. Only now he was ahead of me. A good 2 or 3 miles up the road. I slowed instinctively. He was facing me this time, walking straight toward my vehicle. As I got closer, I realized he wasn't walking anymore. He was standing in the middle of the road. My headlights hit him dead on. He squinted into the glare and started waving both arms. Frantic now. Not a hitchhiker's wave. More like someone trying to stop a car from hitting them. I swerved into the oncoming lane and blew past him. In the rearview mirror, he didn't turn, just stood there in the lane. Arms raised, shrinking into darkness. I drove faster after that. 60, then 70. Desert wind screaming through the open windows. Every minute I put behind me felt like distance from something I didn't want to understand. But the road didn't change. No towns, no turnoffs, just that same stretch of asphalt and scrub. The stereo flickered back on an hour later. Static again, loud this time, like it was trying to fill the silence all at once. I reached to shut it off and noticed the dash clock had reset, blinking 12 bus. Somewhere between the second sighting and the stereo reboot, I must have lost time. I remember pulling over a few miles later, just to breathe, just to let the engine idle and the heat rise off the hood, while I stood by the roadside, staring into the dark. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, but there was nothing. Only the creak of the car cooling, and the far-off howl of wind scraping against desert rock. I didn't see him again that night, but 2 weeks later, off base in Gallup, I walked past a gas station TV and caught a news segment about local legends. One of them was about Highway 491, how it used to be called the Devil's Highway until people demanded it be renamed. Too many accidents, they said. Too many strange sightings. Drivers reporting the same thing I saw. A man on the roadside walking against traffic, sometimes appearing miles ahead with no explanation, sometimes stepping into the road just in time to vanish. I didn't finish the story. Didn't need to. That was enough to know I hadn't imagined it. Someone else had seen him too. Whatever I passed out there wasn't just a man trying to hitch a ride. It moved faster than any person should have. It killed my stereo. It stood in my path not once, but twice. And I still don't know what would have happened if I'd stopped the first time. All I know is, I won't drive that stretch of road again. Not alone, not at night, and every time I hear static, even for a second, my hands tighten on the wheel, and I look for a figure on the shoulder. I used to think the scariest thing about camping was the bugs. That's what I told everyone back then. Not the dark, not the woods, not the noises outside the trailer walls. Just the bugs. I was 6. My grandparents had taken me out to the lake for the weekend, something we did every summer. Same old tin trailer, same little camping lot tucked near the tree line. No other trailers nearby, just the occasional sound of water lapping against the shore when the wind picked up. Quiet, peaceful. If you're the kind of kid who can sleep through anything, I wasn't. I never was. I never was. That night, I remember waking up like someone had flipped a switch. No dreams, no sound, just suddenly awake. I didn't know what time it was, only that the inside of the trailer was pitch black. Not the kind of dark where you can still make out shapes. This was like a curtain pulled over everything. I blinked a few times trying to adjust, but nothing sharpened. Just the faintest rectangle of softer darkness where the window was. I could hear my grandparents breathing. My grandpa snored like an engine, soft and steady, and my grandma had that raspy, fluttery kind of breath. both of them completely still in their beds across the small trailer. I was lying on the fold-out bench under the window, buried in an old sleeping bag that smelled like cedar chips and dust. I should have gone right back to sleep, but something felt off. I didn't know what at first, just that feeling like the air had shifted, like the space around me was waiting for something. Then I heard it. My nickname, soft, close, just outside the trailer wall, Bubby. It wasn't loud, but it was clear, like someone whispering right next to the window, maybe inches from the glass. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. My eyes were wide open, locked on that darker part of the wall where the window was. The voice came again. Bubby, are you awake? I didn't know how to describe the feeling then, but I can now. It was like the voice was made of something sharp. Not the sound of it, just the way it made me feel. Like it wanted me to answer, like it needed me to answer. And if I did, something would happen. I turned my head slowly toward the window. I couldn't see anything, not even a silhouette, just black on black. But the voice was right there. You up, Bubby? Come see. It wasn't my grandma. It wasn't my grandpa. I knew that with the kind of certainty kids have about some things. They were still in bed, still breathing in their sleep, like nothing had changed. And neither of them ever called me that in the same exact way. My grandma's voice had a twang to it. My grandpa's was rougher, slower. This voice was almost imitating them. Close enough to sound familiar, but just wrong enough that my stomach twisted, like hearing a stranger try to sing a song you've heard your whole life. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just lay there, every muscle in my body pulled tight under the sleeping bag. I could feel sweat prickling behind my ears, but the rest of me felt cold. Not like winter cold, more like something inside me knew I shouldn't move, like something awful was waiting to happen if I did. The voice paused. Then softer, don't you want to see it? That's when something changed. The malice in it wasn't hidden anymore. I could feel it, thick in the air like smoke. Not angry, not loud, just full of something that wanted me, that was pretending to be nice, so I'd come closer. My fingers curled into the sleeping bag. I remember the texture of the fabric under my nails, scratchy and stiff from years of use. I kept thinking, don't answer, don't move, don't look. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would wake my grandparents, but they didn't stir, didn't even twitch. Outside, everything stayed quiet. No wind, no crickets, no sound at all except that voice. Come on, Bubby, just open the window. The trailer didn't have curtains, just those plastic blinds you could twist open. They were shut tight. I hadn't touched them, but now I imagined something just beyond the glass, maybe inches from my face. I didn't want to imagine it, but I couldn't stop. My brain started feeding me images, hands pressed against the window, eyes wide and unblinking, a mouth too large for its face, all of it just suggestions, nothing I could see, nothing I could prove. But the fear was real. It soaked through me, slow and cold, like water filling a tub. I kept my eyes on the window, even though part of me wanted to squeeze them shut. But I knew that if I blinked, even for a second, I might miss something. I might hear the latch click, I might see the blinds move, and I didn't want to see anything. The voice changed again, still whispering, but now, impatient, like it didn't like waiting. You're no fun. It dragged the words out, like a parent teasing a kid who won't play along. But there was nothing playful about it. The sound scraped along my nerves like a fingernail on metal. Maybe I'll ask Grandma next. That almost did it. I nearly bolted right then. The thought of it talking to her, of waking up and finding her standing at the window staring out with that voice whispering in her ear. I bit down on the inside of my cheek. Hard, enough to make my eyes water. But I didn't move. The voice went quiet for a long time after that. Minutes, maybe more. Just silence pressing in from all sides. My body started to ache from staying so still. My chest felt tight. I was afraid if I took a deep breath it would come back. And then, finally, I heard something new. Footsteps. Barefoot. slow, circling the trailer, crunch, pause, crunch, not heavy, not fast, just steady. I could track the sound as it moved around us, brushing against weeds, kicking gravel. It reached the far side, my grandparents' side, and stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then I heard something knock. 3 soft taps like knuckles on metal. Tap, tap. I couldn't tell which window it came from. Maybe the kitchen one, maybe theirs. I waited, no response, no change in their breathing. Then the steps started again, moving past the back end, circling. When it came back to my side, I clenched my eyes shut. I couldn't take it anymore. I just wanted it to stop. And then, without a sound, the feeling changed, like someone lifting their hand off your shoulder after standing behind you too long. Like a pressure in the air suddenly vanished. I opened my eyes. Still dark. Still nothing at the window. I stayed awake the rest of the night, watching that sliver of light until the sky finally began to shift. First gray, then blue, then pink. Morning came slow, like it didn't want to. When the sun finally rose high enough to light the trailer, I peeled myself out of the sleeping bag. My muscles were stiff, and my throat felt dry. My grandparents were still asleep. Everything looked normal. I didn't tell them. Not that morning. Not ever, really. What would I say? That something pretending to be them had tried to get me to open the window? I did go outside, though, just to check. There weren't any footprints, no signs of someone or something walking around the trailer. But the gravel was loose, easy to shift, and near my window it looked a little different. Like someone had stood there just long enough to make a small dip. The kind you'd miss if you weren't looking. I never used that nickname again. Refused to answer to it, even when my grandma said it by accident. I'd flinch without meaning to. We never went back to that lot after that summer. They said the place got too overgrown, said it wasn't worth keeping up with. I never asked. Sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I lie still for a long time. I wait, listening, not for footsteps, not for knocking, just for the sound of my name, whispered wrong, from the other side of the glass. We were deep in the woods when I realized how quiet it had gotten. That particular night had started like a dozen others that summer. Sweaty and loud, with flashlights slicing through the dark like little swords. We were a group of 7, all scouts between 12 and 17, scattered somewhere in a thick patch of swamp woods behind our campsite. We called the game Manhunt, but it was really just hide and seek in the dark, with rules that changed depending on who was it. I'd taken up a hiding spot behind a half-rotted tree, squatting low in the mud with my flashlight off and my breathing shallow. The woods were damp in a way that felt alive, like everything around us was breathing too. Frogs clicked somewhere nearby, and the mosquitoes were relentless. But even with all that, there was something unnerving in how the usual chatter and laughter had thinned out. I waited, then waited some more. When you're crouched in the dark like that, time moves weird. Your ears start picking up things that probably aren't even there. I thought I heard someone whispering, but it was the kind of whisper that doesn't carry any words. Just wind slipping through leaves in a way that makes your brain try to find meaning. I shifted slightly to stretch my legs and felt cold mud soak through the seat of my shorts. Something popped far off, maybe a branch, maybe a step, but no one shouted "got you" or lit their beam. Then a flashlight flicked on maybe 30 feet away, close to where the swamp started to open up. It was faint, sweeping lazily through the trees. I couldn't see who held it, but I assumed it was Chris, or maybe Ben, probably tired of hiding. The beam jittered, then stopped. A few seconds later, I heard someone mutter my name, low and puzzled. Then is that David? That got me to move. I crept forward, keeping low, until I was just behind a patch of cattails and brush, where I could peek through, and that's when I saw him. David stood about waist deep in swamp water, facing the woods. The light from the flashlight caught his chest bare, pale, like he'd taken his shirt off and shimmered slightly where the water lapped against him. His arms hung at his sides too still. and his face looked soft in the beam like he wasn't fully there. His skin was almost the same color as the moonlight. He didn't move. He didn't blink. Just stood there. Chris, who I could now tell had the flashlight, was maybe 10 feet ahead of me, frozen in place. I didn't want to call out and give up my hiding spot, but something about that scene didn't sit right. David wasn't the type to pull a stunt like that. He hated getting wet, hated mud, hated games like this, honestly. And we'd all had to talk him into coming in the first place. I was about to step out when I heard a shout behind me. "Yo, what the hell? Why'd you guys leave me?" It was David. His voice, no mistaking it. Out of breath and annoyed like he'd been chasing us for a while, I turned, and there he was, emerging from the path we'd taken into the woods, wearing his scout shirt and cargo shorts, flashlight dangling from his hand, mud on his shins, a cut on one arm. Definitely real. I spun back around. Chris did the same, but there was no one in the water, just ripples. Chris shouted something sharp, "Screw this or maybe run," and then we were crashing back through the brush, stomping mud and roots and anything else in our way. I don't remember making the decision to bolt. It was just instinct, like every part of me suddenly agreed something was wrong. David ran with us, shouting, asking what happened, but neither of us stopped to explain. We didn't stop running until we hit the fire pit at the center of camp, breathing hard and sweating through our shirts. The others were already there, some of them wide-eyed, some laughing, not knowing yet that anything was off. David was confused. He kept asking what we'd seen. Chris didn't answer. He just sat on a log, hunched forward, staring at the ground. Eventually, he looked up and said, "I saw you in the swamp." Someone laughed, thinking it was a joke, but I just nodded. Shirtless, pale, just standing there. David's face went slack. I was on the trail. I got turned around near the old fence. I didn't even make it to the swamp. We all sat there after that, the fire popping between us. No one said much. There was a heaviness that settled in, like the woods were pressing in around the edge of our light. Later, I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was someone else's flashlight bouncing weird. Maybe Chris or I had hallucinated something, primed by the dark and the stories we'd told each other over the past few nights. But we'd both seen it. Him. Same place. Same way. And David had come from behind us. Dry. The next morning, Chris packed up early, said he wasn't feeling well. David didn't talk much. When I asked him about it later, he just shook his head and changed the subject. I kept thinking about that moment when David's voice called out from behind me, how my stomach dropped, how I knew before I even turned that whatever was in the swamp wasn't him. I've gone back to that camp since, hiked the same trail, even stood at the edge of that water, but I've never gone in, not after dark, not after that night. It started with the sheep, not the sounds you'd expect. No soft bleating, no low murmurs from the barn like when they bed down. This was screaming, a human-like pitch that cuts through everything. I'd never heard anything like it, not from an animal. It jolted me upright in bed, heart already racing as I strained to listen through the thin window glass. My dad was already at the back door, boots on, shotgun slung over his shoulder. He didn't say anything as he stepped outside, just looked at me once and jerked his head for me to follow if I was coming. I was 11, maybe 12, old enough to know that look meant don't talk. The barn wasn't far, just across the stream that cut through the back of our property and past the split rail fence. Normally that walk took a minute or two, but not that night. That night the scream stretched the walk into something longer, slower, like the whole world was pausing to listen. The flashlight beam bobbed ahead of us, sweeping through the fog that had started to settle low to the ground. It was late spring, one of those warm nights where the air hangs heavy and still, holding in the smell of wet earth and grass. The sheep screamed again, closer now. By the time we reached the barn, the others were already there. My grandfather, two of my uncles, all of them standing outside the half-open barn doors. staring in, frozen. My granddad had a rock in one hand, a fence post in the other, as if he'd grabbed whatever was near. I slipped in beside them and saw it. It was crouched over one of the sheep, a thick-bodied shape that looked at first like a bear. Big, covered in coarse dark hair, but the legs were too long, the arms bent too low to the ground. It moved strangely, no sway or roll to its body, just a flat, efficient stillness as it hunched, chewing. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The sheep beneath it was still alive. Its legs kicked weakly, head turning side to side. Its mouth opened and closed like it was trying to bleat but couldn't. The thing's head dipped lower, and that's when I saw it clearly under the barn's swinging bulb. Most of the sheep's skin was gone, not torn or clawed. Gone, as if peeled away in a single piece like a blanket pulled off a bed. It wasn't bloodless, but it was quiet. Too quiet for the kind of injury I was seeing. No thrashing, no frantic kicking. Just that soft movement, like the sheep didn't even know it should be dead. My grandfather didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and yelled. Not words, just a raw command to leave. The thing stopped eating and lifted its head slowly. Not startled, just deliberate. It turned to face us, no glowing eyes, no hiss, just a face half covered in tangled fur. Dark skin visible beneath. Lips pulled tight against long, flat teeth. It looked at my grandfather like it understood him, and it didn't move. Then Granddad threw the rock. It struck the creature in the side of the head with a dull thud. The sound was nothing, but the reaction was instant. It leapt back, not upward, not rearing like a bear or wolf, but low to the ground, fast, disappearing into the back of the barn in seconds. No snarl, no cry, just gone. Dad and the uncles ran inside with the light, yelling and calling to each other, sweeping corners, checking doors. I stayed with my grandfather, who hadn't moved from where he'd thrown the rock. His hand was shaking now. Eventually they found nothing. No holes in the walls, no sign of a forced door. Just one small side window slightly ajar. Its latch snapped, and the sheep, it was still alive, still trying to move. I remember kneeling next to it, watching the way its exposed muscles quivered, the strange shimmer of tendon and sinew slick with blood, but not bleeding in the way you'd expect. Its breathing was shallow, eyes wide, no focus. It didn't even flinch when my hand hovered near its face. Dad said we couldn't do anything for it, that it was beyond help. They argued about whether to shoot it or not. My Uncle Rick was all for putting it down. Granddad said no, he wanted to see if it survived. Said he'd never seen anything like it in his life, and didn't want to destroy whatever proof we had. Eventually the sheep just stopped breathing. Quietly, no convulsions, just stillness. I think that scared me more than anything. The next day I expected people to come. The sheriff, animal control, somebody official. But no one did. My grandfather didn't call them. He told us that whatever had come through the barn that night wasn't something the county could handle. He used a word I didn't understand at the time. Nahol. Later, I'd learn it was a kind of shapeshifter from Mesoamerican legend. A person who could turn into an animal. Not a myth, he said. Something real, older than the hills we live near. He told us the creature that night hadn't just been hungry. It had been testing us. Watching. He made us salt the barn. Hung strange charms made of twine and chicken bones over the doors. My dad played along. Mostly out of respect. But I knew he didn't believe. Not really. Not until we found the second sheep, 2 nights later. It was the same scream, same time, same fog. But this time we were ready. We ran to the barn fast, but not fast enough. The creature was already inside again. Same position, hunched over a sheep, tearing silently. Except this time when we shouted, it didn't run. It turned, met our eyes, and just stood there. Not crouched, upright. That's when I saw its hands. At least not paws, not hooves, hands. Long fingers tipped in something darker than nails. It had something looped around one wrist, leather, or maybe sinew. A scrap of cloth hung from it like a bandage. Dad raised the shotgun, fired once. The blast echoed so loud in the barn, I couldn't hear anything for a moment. When my ears cleared, the creature was gone. No trail, no prints. The window was open again, and the sheep, same as before, alive, skinned, impossible. We burned that one before it died. We kept watch after that, took shifts. My uncle set up motion lights and even a camera, but it never caught anything. The lights never triggered, nothing showed up, but the sheep kept dying, one every few days, always the same way. No blood trails, no broken locks, just empty skins curled beside wide-eyed breathing bodies that should have been dead. After the sixth one, we sold the rest of the flock. My grandfather stayed another week, said prayers over the barn, buried stones in the soil. When he left, he told me to remember what I saw, said the creature wouldn't come back now, but that didn't mean it was gone. He looked at me a long time and said, "Some things don't want to kill, they want you to know they could." We never spoke of it again. Years later, after my grandfather passed, I went back to that barn. It had long since collapsed, vines growing through the slats, the roof fallen in. I found the salt lines still faintly visible in the dirt. One of the bone charms was buried under a pile of old boards. I held it in my hand for a long time. I never rebuilt the barn. The land's still empty, but sometimes on foggy nights, when the wind dies down and the fields go quiet, I swear I hear something moving down by the stream. It started with the tapping. Not loud, not alarming, just soft ticks against the front window. Rhythmic enough to notice, but not enough to pull me from the paragraph I was struggling through. I sat cross-legged on the living room couch, the glow of my laptop lighting up the otherwise dark room. The house was quiet, save for the wind skimming through the pine trees beyond the yard. I told myself it was just that wind, maybe a loose twig knocking against the glass. Still, the pattern of it, it wasn't random. A pause, then tap, 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 like someone flicking stones. I glanced at the time, 12:14 a.m. I hadn't meant to stay up this late. My daughter Claire was spending the night at her friend's house, and I was supposed to be using the quiet to finish a chapter I'd promised my editor last week. Instead, I'd been staring at the same sentence for the past 15 minutes, distracted by a heaviness I couldn't name. The tapping returned, louder this time. 3 quick hits, then silence. I stood slowly, ear straining. The house and old country place we'd moved into last spring had a way of exaggerating small sounds. Still, there was something off tonight. I set my laptop aside and stepped toward the window. It was the side window near the kitchen, the one facing the tree line. I approached quietly, not bothering with the lights. The moon was bright enough. My bare feet were soundless on the wood floor. I reached the window and peered out. Nothing. Just the yard, patchy with frost, and the trees behind it standing in still rows. No wind now, no movement. I was about to turn away when something shifted at the edge of my vision. A figure at the window opposite the kitchen near the back of the house. I froze. The figure was standing perfectly still, directly in front of the glass. The porch light was off, but moonlight cut across the figure's face, just enough for me to see it. It was Claire, or something that looked exactly like her. My breath caught in my throat. She was wearing her navy blue hoodie, the one with the frayed sleeves she never took off, and her dark hair hung limp around her face. But it was her expression that locked me in place. She was grinning, wide, unnaturally wide. Her mouth was stretched too far, and one of her eyes, her left, was opened impossibly wide, as if the skin around it had been pulled back. The right eye was normal, almost sleepy, but that left eye stared straight at me, unblinking. I didn't move. My brain was trying to catch up, trying to remind me that Claire wasn't here, couldn't be here. She was 20 miles away, asleep on her friend's couch. I dropped her off myself, yet the thing at the window looked exactly like her. I took one shaky step back. Her mouth moved. Not a smile, though the grin never faded. but actual motion, lips parting, forming shapes. She was speaking, or trying to, but no sound came out. Now, her lips moved too fast, like they were rewinding or skipping, repeating the same phrases, over and over again. Then the rocks came back. Tap, tap, tap. From the other side of the house, I turned, heart hammering. The front window again. Another rock hit the glass, louder this time, sharp enough to make me flinch. I moved back toward the living room, toward the sound, glancing back as I passed the kitchen. She was still there, still grinning, still mouthing those same silent, frantic words. At the front window, I saw nothing but the yard. Another rock hit, from the side now. It didn't make sense. There wasn't time for someone to move around the house like that. I stood there, rooted to the spot, listening as more taps came. Side window, front window, then the back. All within seconds. Claire. No, not Claire, remained still. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table and dialed her number. My hands were shaking. She picked up on the second ring. Mom? Her voice was groggy. Claire, I whispered. Where are you? I'm still at Lily's. Why? I didn't answer. I'm in bed, you okay? I managed a breath. Stay inside, don't go near the windows. What? What's going on? Just promise me. A pause. Okay, I promise. I hung up. The thing outside hadn't moved, still watching, still smiling. I turned off the living room light and backed away from the window. I knew I should call someone, police maybe, but what would I even say? There's a girl outside who looks like my daughter but isn't. That she's just staring at me and pretending to talk. That there are rocks hitting my windows from different directions at once. They'd think I was losing it. And maybe I was. I retreated down the hallway, into my bedroom, and locked the door behind me. It was childish, I knew. A lock wouldn't stop anything real. But I needed something between me and that face. I sat on the edge of the bed, phone clutched in both hands, and stared at the door. Outside, the taps continued. Not loud enough to break the glass, just loud enough to let me know they were still there. Plural, more than one. I thought about the rocks, the simultaneous impacts. There couldn't be just one figure, and yet I had only seen one. Claire's mimic. I didn't sleep. I sat up all night waiting for the sun. The tapping stopped just before dawn. When the sky lightened, I finally stepped back into the kitchen. Nothing outside the window, no footprints. Though the frost should have kept them, the rocks were there. Small, ordinary, scattered along the sides of the house. I waited until mid-morning to call Claire again. She was fine, confused, told me she'd stayed inside all night. Just like I asked, I told her not to come home until the weekend. No explanation. Later, I searched the house, top to bottom, checked every window, every door. Nothing broken, nothing forced. The cameras, cheap ones I'd installed last summer, had recorded nothing but static between midnight and 3 a.m. Power surge, the app said. Coincidence? Maybe, but I don't believe that. That night, I moved a heavy shelf in front of the kitchen window and taped black garbage bags over the glass. I did the same in the living room. Every window that faced the woods. The mimic hasn't come back, but I still hear the taps. Not every night, but often enough. And when I do, I don't look out anymore, because I know what I'll see. That eye, wide and wild, that grin stretching too far, those lips, mouthing something I never want to understand. I still think about the mist, how it came in slow, crawling low over the slope behind the tree line, like a wave too tired to crash. It was late afternoon, that stretch of time where the light gets heavy and you feel like you're standing still even when you're moving. I was 9, maybe 10. I remember my shoes were damp from the grass and I was carrying a stick I'd found near the edge of the property, poking at the underbrush like I was hunting for something. Mom had told me to stay near the house. I had mostly, but the fog was soft and the woods just past the back fence had a pull to them. It wasn't a forest, not really, just a thick patch of trees that dropped into a little hollow behind our land. I could still hear the kitchen window creak open. If I went just a bit in, that was my rule. Stay within sound of the house. But I didn't hear the window that day. So I was following something a color that didn't belong. At first I thought it was trash, a flash of pink tucked low between two rocks. I crouched and pulled it out. It was a square of paper folded twice, the kind from those cheap craft pads Mom kept for rainy days. The handwriting was messy, almost like mine, but more rushed. A green marker had drawn a thick arrow pointing downhill. Below it, 2 words in all caps. This way. I remember standing there, reading it a few times. I wasn't scared yet, just curious. It was weird, but not in the way that makes your stomach twist. Kids leave notes. Maybe it was a game someone else started. Maybe I'd find a treehouse or a fort. The fog was thicker down the slope. But I went anyway, every 20 or 30 feet. There was another note. Always pink paper, always green arrows. Some pointed left, some curved. One had a spiral with the words "keep going" in bigger letters. I picked them up as I went, stuffing them in my jacket pocket. It felt like collecting clues. My fingers were getting cold, but I didn't want to stop. The trail didn't look random. It was deliberate, and it kept going down. That's when I found the smiley face. It wasn't drawn like the others. It was crooked. The eyes were lopsided, one a circle, the other just a slash, and the smile was too long, trailing past the edge of the paper. It looked like it had been drawn fast, maybe with the same marker, but it felt different, like the face was watching me, like it had waited to be found. The note after that had no arrow, just 3 words. "You're almost there." I started to notice how quiet it had gotten. Not silent, not completely, but still. The kind of quiet where you notice your own breathing. The air was damp and smelled like wet bark. I could barely see more than 10 feet ahead. Everything was gray and pale. The trees faded into shadows. I was about to turn back when I saw one more note lying flat on a mossy stone. It had my name on it. I don't mean it looked like my name or was close. It was mine. First and last, written in those same green letters, but neater this time. The ink didn't bleed. The folds were sharper. It wasn't like the others. This one felt careful. I stood there staring at it for too long. Something about seeing your name in the middle of the woods, in the fog, on a note that shouldn't exist. It makes you feel like the world just shifted sideways. My heart was pounding in a way I hadn't felt before. I didn't open it. I just backed away. That's when I heard the stick snap. It was behind me. Not far. Not close either. Just enough to know something was there. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My body locked up for half a second, then ran before I told it to. I shoved the note into my pocket without thinking, and bolted up the slope, my shoes sliding on damp leaves. I didn't look back. The fog was thicker now. I ran blind, swiping branches from my face, slipping once on a patch of wet soil. I thought I saw something move between the trees, just a flicker, but I didn't stop to check. I crashed through the underbrush, burst past the edge of the woods, and didn't stop until I saw the back porch light cutting through the gray. I slammed the door behind me and locked it. Mom was in the living room folding laundry. She looked up, confused. I mumbled something about a raccoon and went to my room. Only when I was alone did I pull the last note out. It was blank. Just the green letters of my name on the front. The inside was clean, untouched. I turned it over, held it to the light, rubbed the edges like something might appear. Nothing. Just my name. That night, I emptied my jacket and counted the notes. 11 in total. All arrows, all urging me forward. All pointing to that last one. I tried to tell myself it was a prank. A coincidence. Someone else with the same name, maybe. But that didn't make sense. The trail was made for someone small. Every note was set low, where a kid would find them. Someone knew I'd follow. Someone knew how far I'd go. The next morning, the fog was gone. The woods looked ordinary, smaller. I walked to the tree line but didn't go in. I waited. Nothing moved. I kept those notes for years, tucked in a shoebox with birthday cards and old report cards. I don't know why. Maybe part of me wanted to believe it wasn't real unless I kept proof. But eventually I threw them out. They made me feel watched, like keeping them was inviting something back. Sometimes I still dream about that crooked smiley face, or the way the paper felt in my hand cold, a little damp, too clean to have been outside for long. And every so often on foggy afternoons, I hear something faint in the distance, a snap, a rustle, just enough to remind me how fast the quiet can change, how deep the woods really go when you stop looking for a way out. We were deep into the tree line before it even got dark. Archie had this spot he called the clearing, about 1.5 miles past the ridge trail, tucked behind a stretch of thorny brush and fallen trees. It wasn't on any maps. That's why he liked it. Said it was quiet, though he always meant it in a way that felt more like warning than invitation. The three of us, me, Archie, and Sam, had planned to camp overnight, just one tent between us and the open sky. It was early spring, crisp enough that your breath hung in front of you when the wind picked up, but not so cold you couldn't sleep outside. The moon was already visible when we got the fire going, sitting low and wide like it had been nailed to the sky. I don't remember what we were talking about when we first saw it. Sam had gone to take a leak behind a thicket. I was tending the fire, breaking kindling. Archie suddenly elbowed me and nodded toward the far edge of the clearing. There was a deer or something shaped like one. It stood completely still between the trees, just outside the firelight. At first I thought it was just frozen by our presence, but then it turned its head. The movement was wrong. Not hesitant like an animal, not smooth like a machine. It was stiff-angled as if its neck was made of metal rods that clicked into place. First the head turned, then the shoulders followed. One front leg lifted and slowly swung forward, more like a mannequin being pushed than an animal walking. The other leg moved the same way, with a delay that made it look like it had to think through every step. Archie muttered something too low for me to catch. I didn't take my eyes off the deer. It reached the edge of the clearing, paused, and raised its head toward us. Its ears didn't twitch. Its eyes didn't reflect the firelight. It stood there, jerking forward in half steps, like a puppet on tangled strings. Then, behind us, Sam laughed. It was sudden and sharp, like he was reacting to something funny, but we hadn't said anything. When I turned, he was standing a few feet behind the tent, half in the shadows. His hands were at his sides. There was something stiff about his posture, too. "What?" I asked. He didn't answer, just smiled. The fire popped. When I looked back to the tree line, the deer was gone. We spent the next hour pretending everything was normal. Archie avoided looking at Sam, and I could tell he was unsettled. Sam had stopped smiling eventually, but he didn't say much after that. Just sat near the fire, poking at the ground with a stick, drawing circles in the dirt. When we turned in for the night, the tent felt too small. Archie and I lay side by side while Sam zipped up his bag near the entrance. Nobody talked. I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes, the fire was out and the tent was dark. There were noises, something rustling just beyond the nylon, a slow rhythmic sound, like something dragging over dry leaves. I nudged Archie. He was already awake. I could feel the tension in his body. His breath held, his hands clenched in the fabric of his sleeping bag. I whispered, "Is Sam asleep?" Archie didn't answer, but I saw his eyes shift toward the other corner. Sam's sleeping bag was empty. I crawled toward the entrance and unzipped the flap just enough to peek out. Moonlight washed over the clearing, casting long shadows from the trees. Nothing moved. Then I saw it. A figure at the far end of the clearing, bent at the waist, one arm hanging strangely, the other twitching like it was being pulled. "Sam," I called out, too quiet to carry far. The figure jerked upright. Archie was behind me now. "Don't," he whispered. The figure started walking toward us. Not running, walking, but again, like it had to think through each movement. The arms swayed just slightly out of sync, like it was imitating the way people move without really understanding how. I backed into the tent. Archie had already grabbed his boots. I heard the zipper go. Then we were out of the tent running. We didn't talk, didn't plan. We just ran. Down the slope, back through the brush and broken branches. My breath scraped my throat raw. I heard crashing behind me and knew Archie was close. I didn't look back. The trees thickened, and I realized we weren't on the trail. Everything looked different at night, and we'd run blind. I stopped near a wide birch tree, trying to catch my breath. Archie stumbled up beside me. "Where's Sam?" I asked. He didn't answer, just stared behind me. I turned. Sam stood a few feet away, framed between two trees. He smiled. His pupils were red, not glowing, but colored, red like blood and water. His mouth was stretched wide, too wide, like the skin at the edges had stopped resisting. The smile stayed fixed, unblinking. He tilted his head first to one side, then the other, in the same angular mechanical way the deer had turned. Then he spoke. Only it wasn't his voice. It was close, but off, like a recording played at the wrong speed. "Why'd you run?" Archie stepped in front of me. "That's not him." The figure blinked once. When it opened its eyes, they were black. "Come with me," it said. Archie grabbed my arm and pulled. We bolted again, no longer caring about direction. Trees whipped past us. I lost count of the branches that scraped my face. Eventually, we found a trail. Not the one we came in on, but one that led downward. We followed it until the woods thinned, and we saw the outline of the old ranger station abandoned and boarded up, but still a marker of civilization. We ducked inside and barred the door with a metal rod we found near a broken cot. We sat in the dark for what felt like hours. Neither of us spoke. Every creak of the wind felt like it could be footsteps. Eventually, the sky began to lighten, pale gray leaking through the cracks in the boards. We made our way out once the sun was up, hiked until we reached a main road and flagged down a pickup. The guy didn't ask questions. He just drove us into town. Sam never came back. We reported him missing. Search teams combed the area for a week. No trace, no blood, no tracks. But 3 nights later, I woke up in my room to a scraping sound at the window. I live on the 2nd floor. I didn't look. Archie won't talk about that night. We don't hang out much anymore. He moved cities, said he needed space. Sometimes I still walk the trails, just to prove I can, but I don't go near the clearing, not after dark, and every so often I'll catch sight of a deer by the edge of the woods. It'll lift its head like it's going to bolt, but it doesn't. It stands there too still, and its legs move all wrong. I was driving back from my cousin's house, deep in the rural backroads of northern Georgia, a stretch I usually avoided at night, but it was already close to midnight, and the thought of sleeping on my cousin's stiff couch didn't sit right with my back. The air was heavy, thick with early spring humidity, and the road ahead was lined with tall pines that arched overhead like a dark creaking tunnel. I just wanted to get home and crash in my own bed. My friend Marcus was in the passenger seat, half asleep, head leaning against the window, his breath fogging the glass. He'd offered to drive, but he was the type who nodded off in moving cars, regardless of where he was sitting. I didn't mind. I knew these roads better than he did. We were about 40 minutes from home. The road was narrow, no shoulder, just a thin strip of dirt before it dropped off into brush and trees. I wasn't speeding exactly, but I was going faster than I should have been. My high beams cut through the dark in that flat, sterile way that makes everything beyond the reach of the light feel like a blank wall. That's when I saw movement to my left, just past the guardrail. At first I thought it was deer. That's common enough out here, and I slowed a bit, squinting into the trees. But this wasn't like any deer I'd ever seen. 6 figures broke from the tree line, moving low and fast, keeping pace with the car. Not running upright, these things were down on all fours, but not like animals. Their limbs were too long, their backs too flat. It looked wrong, human wrong. I didn't say anything at first, just stared. My brain tried to categorize it. Maybe a trick of the headlights, shadows cast strange. Some kind of animals distorted by speed and fear and dark. I told myself that for a second, maybe two. Then they turned. All 6 heads snapped toward the car in perfect sync. That's when I knew they were looking at me. I must have hit the gas without realizing it, because the engine roared and the speedometer jumped. The road blurred. The trees became streaks of black. Marcus stirred beside me, rubbing his eyes. "You good?" I couldn't form the words. All I managed was a short shake of my head, eyes locked forward. Then he turned to his window. The moment he saw them, his whole body went rigid. He grabbed the dashboard and leaned forward, staring out in disbelief. I heard him whisper something low, quick before he turned to me. Voice thin and flat. "Pray. Start praying." I didn't argue, I didn't laugh it off, or tell him he was being dramatic. I just started, under my breath at first, the same way you might mutter a song lyric when you're nervous. Then louder, steadier. Words I hadn't said in years came pouring out like they'd been waiting. The figures were still there, still running, still looking. I didn't look at their faces. I couldn't, but I felt the attention, the precision of their gaze. Every twist in the road they matched. Every dip and curve they mirrored. They didn't stumble. They didn't fall back. We hit a straightaway. I pushed the car as fast as I dared. 80, 90, trees whipping past like dark teeth. Still they kept up. Marcus was full on shouting now, reciting verses I didn't recognize. Fingers clenching the door handle so hard I thought it might snap off. He wasn't looking anymore. He just stared ahead, jaw clenched, like seeing them again would break him. And then, without warning, they peeled away. All 6 of them turned back toward the woods at the same instant, vanishing into the trees like they'd never been there at all. I didn't slow down. Not for a second. We didn't speak. Not until the gas station at the edge of town, where I finally pulled over under the flickering yellow lights and killed the engine. Only then did we look at each other. Really look. He asked, "Did you see them?" I nodded. All of them. We didn't tell anyone. Not really. Not in detail. People would think it was a prank, or that we were high, or overtired. Maybe we were. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I haven't driven that road since. Not at night. Not alone. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the line of trees again. The way the branches hung low over the road. The way the air felt just before they appeared, too still, like even the bugs and the wind knew to shut up. And I wonder if they were waiting for someone else that night. Or just for us. The summer I turned 8, my world was made of fields, tree lines and dirt paths behind my grandparents' farm in Missouri. I knew every dip and rise of that land, like it was stitched into me. My parents worked long days, and most afternoons. I was left with Spot, our old border collie, and the freedom to explore as far as the woods would allow. It was early afternoon, sun hot on my shoulders, air thick with cicadas. I was pushing through a path barely wider than my shoulders, a trail I'd cleared myself with a stick weeks before. Spot trotted ahead, tail low, sniffing at everything. He always walked point, ears flicking, but I didn't worry unless he stopped. That day, he did. No bark, no growl, just a full-body freeze. One paw lifted, nose aimed at a wall of brush maybe 30 feet ahead. I followed his gaze, my breath stilling like it knew something I didn't. Then it happened. The brush exploded. Not with noise. There wasn't any. That was the worst part. No crashing, no rustling, not even a breeze, just motion. Something blasting out of the green like it had been fired from a cannon. A blur dray. Low to the ground, stretched longer than anything natural. It shot across the path maybe 6 feet ahead of us, and was gone before I could blink. My brain tried to make sense of it. A coyote. It had to be, but coyotes don't move like that. It wasn't bounding or weaving. It flew, like it didn't need the earth at all. Just a single, silent streak of fur and muscle, gone before the leaves stopped swaying. Spot whimpered, and backed into me. He's never done that. Never. Not for snakes, not for thunderstorms. I dropped to my knees, heart hammering, eyes locked on the spot it had passed through. The brush had settled. No broken stems, no torn leaves. I crawled forward, ignoring the burrs catching my shorts, and pushed into the green. Nothing. No fur, no footprints, no path through the undergrowth. Just unbroken brush, like nothing had passed through at all. I stayed there, on hands and knees until the sun shifted and the sweat started to cool on my skin. I didn't feel brave, but I didn't feel scared either. Not exactly. It was something stranger than fear. Like the rules had changed and nobody told me. That night I told my grandpa. He was quiet for a while, chewing the inside of his cheek the way he did when the weather was about to turn. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I imagined it. Just asked Spot see it too? I nodded. He tapped his cane against the floor. Once. Then you saw it. That was all he said. I went back the next day, and the next. I checked the same brush, ran the same loop with Spot ahead of me, his tail swinging low and slow. I wanted to see it again, needed to, but the path stayed empty. The woods went back to being woods, but I kept thinking about how it moved, how it seemed to cut through the air without pushing it aside. I tried explaining it to myself like this. Imagine the fastest car you've ever seen, but lower, smoother, like it didn't have to obey the ground. And quiet. So quiet it made your ears itch. After a week, I stopped telling anyone about it. I didn't want the story to get smaller. Didn't want it turned into a dream or a lie. The only part that still sits wrong is the brush. I could handle a fast animal, even something unknown. But there should have been a trail, bent stems, loose dirt. Anything. I've seen rabbits and deer barrel through the undergrowth and leave chaos behind them. This thing didn't touch the world. Years passed. I outgrew the woods, moved to the city, got a job, a life. But sometimes, when the light hits the sidewalk just right, and the air's still enough to hear your own thoughts, I remember that silent flash through the brush. I've never seen anything move like that again. Neither has Spot. He died 2 summers later, old and stiff, with one paw stretched out like he was pointing at something, just beyond the porch steps. Sometimes I think I was lucky. Other times I wonder if it wasn't just passing through, if it was watching me the whole time from the other side of the green, waiting for something I never learned how to give. I've spent most of my life on the road, long-haul trucking, desert drives, engine heat under a black sky. None of it shakes me. My niece used to joke that I wasn't scared of anything, and I guess she believed it until that night. We were cutting across the Mojave after a late dinner in Barstow, heading toward Joshua Tree where she and her girlfriend had rented a cabin for the weekend. I offered to drive them out, figured I'd make sure they got there safe before turning back. My niece had fallen asleep in the back, her head tipped against the window, earbuds in. It was just me and her girlfriend up front, quiet, save for the hum of the tires and the low-volume drone of some true crime podcast she was half listening to. Out there, the road disappears into itself. You drive for miles without passing anyone, just dunes and low shrubs under a fat moon. I kept it at a steady 65, eyes sweeping the road like usual, alert for rabbits, coyotes, the occasional stalled car. That's when I saw it, a dark shape ahead, off to the right. At first I thought it was a rock or a bush. Then it moved, stepped forward out of the brush, and onto the edge of the pavement. I slowed, not hard, just eased up the way you do when you're trying not to spook an animal. The thing looked like a dog. Big. Too big. Its back came up to the height of the hood, but it wasn't stocky like a mastiff or shaggy like a wolf. It was jet black. No sheen, no color variation, just matte void. The kind of black that doesn't reflect anything. It stood still, angled toward the other side of the road, head slightly lowered like it was watching something beyond us. Then it moved. I've never seen anything walk like that. It didn't trot or slink or lope. It rocked. That's the only way I can describe it. Front legs came up together, high, stiff, almost mechanical. The body followed in a delayed sway. Then the back legs snapped forward. It was like watching an old wind-up toy trying to mimic an animal. Every step came down hard, exact, like the thing was counting. My hands tightened on the wheel. I didn't realize how much I'd slowed, until the girlfriend leaned forward, voice low, almost casual. "Is that a dog?" I didn't answer. The thing reached the center line and stopped, turned its head, eyes, 2 red points. Not like reflection. Deer and dogs will flash green or white in headlights, but self-lit, like embers. The moment they locked onto us, I felt it. Not fear, not yet, just a pressure, like being pinned. It didn't blink, didn't flinch at the engine noise, or the light or the sudden stillness in the car. It just stared. The girlfriend muttered something, maybe a curse, maybe a prayer. She reached back maybe to wake my niece, but stopped halfway. Didn't speak again. I tapped the brakes. Not hard enough to stop, but enough to crawl. The dog, or whatever it was, stood there, dead center, gaze burning through the windshield. I couldn't tell if it was deciding whether to attack or retreat or just waiting for us to make a move. I've seen mountain lions, bears, even a moose once on a trip through Colorado. This wasn't that. This wasn't something acting out of instinct or curiosity. It was deliberate, cold, like it had shown up just to be seen. Then it finished crossing. Same stiff motion, same jointless sway. It never broke eye contact until the very last step, when its body blocked its own face and it vanished into the scrub on the other side. I didn't wait. As soon as it cleared the road, I gunned it. Tires kicked up dust, engine whined, but I didn't care. The girlfriend sat back in her seat without a word. She didn't look at me, didn't look back. We didn't see another car for miles. I dropped them at the cabin just after midnight. They offered to let me crash there, insisted actually, but I told them I needed to get back. It was a lie. I didn't want to be anywhere near that stretch of road when the sun went down again. The return drive was faster, but not easier. Every shadow on the shoulder looked wrong. Every bush seemed to hold a shape just on the edge of form. I didn't see the thing again, but I felt it, like it had left something in me, a mark. Weeks went by. I didn't talk about it. Not to my niece, not to the girlfriend, not to my dispatcher. I just kept driving, kept checking the sides of the road with a little more intensity than before. Then one night I got a call from my niece. Just small talk at first. Then she got quiet and said, she's been having nightmares. Wakes up sweating, says there's something looking through the window, red eyes. I told her not to worry. I said it was probably just stress or something she watched before bed. Told her people's brains do weird things when they're tired. But I didn't believe it, because I've been having them too. Same dream every time. I'm behind the wheel, same road, same moonlight. The black dog walks out, slow, rocking, stops in the road, stares. Then it opens its mouth, but it doesn't bark, doesn't growl. It laughs. No voice, no breath, just a sound like gravel poured through glass. And every time I wake up gripping the sheets, my heart pounding like I've just run a mile. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird animal. Some malformed stray or desert mutation. Maybe a prank with night vision gear and props. Something explainable. Something grounded. But I know what I saw. I've seen death up close. Accidents on icy roads. Cars folded around poles. Bodies broken by inertia. That night wasn't like that. It wasn't violent. It wasn't bloody. It was worse. It was patient. And that thing, whatever it was, wanted me to see it. Not for food, not for fear, just for the knowing. Like it was part of something older, something watching the desert from behind those red eyes. I haven't taken that route since. I plan my drives to loop wide around that part of the Mojave. Adds hours sometimes, but I don't care. People say the desert is empty, but they're wrong. Something out there waits on the road, and it walks like no living thing should. We left the trading post just as the sky began to turn. That part of dusk where the colors bleed low across the mesa and every shape sharpens for a moment before melting into shadow. My little brother sat up front with me, legs barely reaching the glove box. Paul was in the back seat, cradling a battered plastic bag on his lap. My uncle had told us to drop him home. Just down the dirt track, he'd said. It's on your way. It wasn't. I was 14. I shouldn't have been driving, but on the res, that didn't matter much. I knew the roads, knew how to handle the truck, and didn't ask for trouble. Paul had said maybe 3 words since we picked him up, and those were mostly mumbles. He smelled like gasoline and wood smoke and something else under it I couldn't quite place. We were maybe 15 minutes in when that smell sharpened. Rot. That's the only word I've got for it. Not dead animal, not trash. This was deeper, like something long dead under the floorboards. My brother covered his nose with his sleeve and glanced at me, eyes wide. I cracked the window, but it didn't help. The scent curled up under your tongue, stayed thick in your sinuses. Behind us, Paul started humming low and off key like he was trying to keep something at bay. That stretch of road wasn't lit. It twisted through a dry arroyo, dirt loose under the tires, tall brush on either side. The dog, my brother's mutt, was in the bed of the truck, head down, tail stiff. He hadn't barked once since we left the store, which was strange for him. He barked at shadows usually. We made a slow left turn, tires crunching. That's when I saw it in the mirror. It was far back at first, just a shape in the growing dark. Tall, too tall, like a man stretched too long. Arms swung wide, knees high. Then it dropped to all fours. The road turned again. I caught the shape in the rear window, gaining fast. It moved wrong, like a man running in reverse, elbows and joints bending where they shouldn't. I pressed the gas. The truck jolted forward, dust kicked up in the rear lights. My brother asked something, but I didn't hear him. Paul had stopped humming. The rot smell surged again, thick and sudden, like the heat vent had turned on and was blowing dead things into the cab. Then it was beside us. I only caught glimpses. Fur, long limbs, a face not made for seeing, but I felt it, running parallel in the brush just outside the reach of the mirror. The dog finally barked, sharp and fast, then whined. I heard him slam into the back window, clawing. I swerved. The thing moved with us. I could feel it somehow in my chest, like something heavy breathing in sync with the engine. My hand shook on the wheel. My brother ducked low, trying to disappear in the seat. Paul leaned forward suddenly, voice sharp and too clear. Don't stop, don't speak, don't look. We didn't. The thing slammed the truck bed. Metal groaned. The dog yelped, then went silent. I screamed, but kept the wheel steady. Paul started chanting. Not English, not anything I knew. His voice cracked halfway through, like something pushed the air out of him. He hit the back of my seat hard once, then again, and then lights, bright and white, and coming from the front. Another truck, bigger, its high beams cutting through the dust like floodlight. I saw the thing jerk back, legs folding awkward. It vanished from the corner of my eye like smoke curling off hot asphalt. We passed the truck in a rush of gravel. I didn't slow. My hand stayed locked on the wheel. My foot didn't leave the gas until we hit the paved road. By then, it was fully dark. Paul didn't speak again. We dropped him at a tiny cinder block house with a rusted roof and no lights. He climbed out, bag still clutched tight, and walked into the shadows without looking back. The dog was alive but shaking. His side was scratched raw, fur gone in long patches, like it had been rubbed off with wire. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. Not then, not later. My brother never asked to ride in the back again. The dog wouldn't go near that road, and I haven't driven at dusk. I was 14 when my grandparents asked me to house sit for a weekend. Their small farm was in rural Ohio, just outside a town barely big enough to have a stoplight. I'd stayed with them before, plenty of times actually, but never alone. They were headed to a church retreat, just 2 nights away, and I had the run of the place. Feed the chickens, make sure the dog got his pills, and don't let the pipes freeze. Those were my only real instructions. That, and don't go wandering around at night. The first night, everything was quiet. I watched movies in the living room, ate way too many peanut butter crackers, and checked on the coop before locking it up at sundown. Their dog Barney, an old mutt with white eyes and a slow gait, slept beside me on the couch. The wind moved through the trees in waves, but it was a familiar sound, not something that got under your skin. I didn't think twice before falling asleep on the couch with a blanket over me. The second night was when things changed. It started around 10:30 p.m. I had just switched off the TV and was getting ready to head upstairs to the guest room. Barney was snoring already, curled up like a soft bag of rocks near the front door. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard it. A series of heavy steps outside. Not hurried, but deliberate. Slow, measured, the steps came from the direction of the chicken coop. I stopped, listened. Then I heard them again. They were too far apart to be a 4-legged animal. This was something walking upright. 1, 2, pause. 1. I turned back down the stairs and moved to the front window. I didn't see anything. The security light near the coop was on, casting a cone of yellow over the wire fencing and patchy grass. Nothing moved, not even the shadows. I told myself it was probably a neighbor checking in. Maybe someone borrowing tools without asking, the way people do out here. I stayed at the window a minute longer, watching, waiting. When nothing happened, I went back upstairs. The moaning started an hour later. I wasn't asleep yet. I had my earbuds in, playing music low, trying to settle my nerves. At first I thought it was the wind, a long, low sound that rose and fell like breath through a pipe. But then it changed. There was a wetness to it, something almost choked. I paused the music. Then I heard it again, clearer, louder, a moaning sound that didn't quite fit anything I knew. Not a dog, not a deer, and definitely not a person. It started far off, then moved closer. I sat up in bed, heart beating fast, and looked out the small window above the desk. From that angle, I could just barely make out the side of the chicken coop. The security light was off now. Total darkness. I didn't see movement, but I heard it. Another step, then another. Bipedal again. Whatever it was pacing. Back and forth. Back and forth. I stayed frozen, barely breathing. Every hair on my arm stood up. I tried to tell myself it was just a prank, or a coyote with a limp, maybe a raccoon dragging something, but none of those thoughts stuck. They didn't explain the pacing or that sick, strangled moaning that grew louder before stopping without warning. The silence after was worse than the noise. I lay back down, fully clothed, and turned on the bedside lamp. I didn't want to sleep anymore. Barney didn't bark. That scared me more than anything. He was the kind of dog that barked at the mailman, the wind, a plastic bag. But that night, he didn't make a sound. I couldn't hear his collar tags jangling or his feet tapping the floor. I crept downstairs to find him, but he wasn't by the door anymore. I checked the kitchen, the hallway, nothing. Finally, I found him huddled behind the recliner in the living room. His back pressed tight against the wall, eyes wide, body trembling like he'd seen a ghost. I knelt down and whispered his name. He didn't move. I stayed near him, trying to be calm, but I was shaking too. I didn't call my grandparents. I didn't want to scare them. Instead, I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and shined it through the windows. Still nothing, just the empty yard and the bare outline of the coop under starlight. Then, I made a mistake. I opened the back door, not all the way, just a crack, enough to stick the flashlight out and shine it toward the chicken run. As soon as the light hit the coop, I heard it again, a moan closer than before. It didn't come from the left or right. It came from directly in front of me, but there was nothing there. The beam of the flashlight shook in my hand. I aimed it lower, sweeping across the grass, then higher, along the fence. Nothing. No animals, no person. Then the pacing started again. Still hidden, still unseen, but definitely there, I slammed the door and locked it. I didn't sleep at all after that. Barney stayed behind the recliner, eyes darting to every shadow. I sat in the kitchen with a mug of cold tea, staring at the door like it might open on its own. I kept the flashlight on the whole time. Sometimes the sound would fade like whatever it was had wandered off, but it always came back. The moaning, the pacing, never closer than the coop, never farther than the barn. Around 4 a.m. it stopped completely. No steps, no sounds, just the wind picking up again, and the quiet ticking of the clock above the fridge. When the sun finally came up, I went outside. The air smelled like frost and old hay. Everything looked normal. No broken fences, no disturbed footprints in the frozen dirt. The chickens clucked nervously, but were all accounted for. I checked the coop. Nothing out of place. No claw marks or blood or signs of entry. It was like nothing had happened. But Barney refused to go outside that morning. I tried coaxing him with treats, but he stayed rooted in the doorway, tail between his legs. That dog didn't set foot near the chicken coop again. Not while I was there. I ended up calling my older cousin who lived a few miles away. I didn't want to admit I was scared, so I just said there'd been weird animal noises and I wanted someone to double check the barn with me. He came by around noon and walked the whole property with me. We didn't find anything. He laughed it off, said it was probably just a fox with a sore throat, maybe some busted raccoon that got stuck in the brush, but he didn't look me in the eye when he said it. That night I stayed inside. I turned off all the lights and curled up next to Barney in the living room. Flashlight in one hand, my phone in the other. Every creak made my skin crawl. Every gust of wind sounded like breathing, but the sounds didn't come back. Not that night. When my grandparents returned Sunday afternoon, I didn't tell them everything, just said I'd heard some weird animal outside and it kept me up. Grandpa chuckled and said, "That's the country for you." But Grandma looked at me a little longer than usual. Later that night, I heard her telling him, low and serious, that something got at the hens last year when they were out of town. That was the last time they asked me to house sit alone. I've been back since, with family, during the day. It's fine then. Bright, ordinary. The coop's still there. The dog's long gone now. But I still remember the way he shook, the way he wouldn't move. I don't know what I heard pacing by the chicken coop that night. I don't know what made those sounds, neither animal nor human, but I know it was real, and I know it watched me from the dark for hours while I sat frozen in the light of the kitchen, waiting for it to come closer. It was supposed to be just another dumb party in the middle of nowhere. My aunt was always the type to chase a good time, no matter where it took her. That night, it led her and a few of her friends deep into the boondocks, somewhere on the edge of a Navajo reservation. I didn't go. I only know what she told me afterward, and even then, she didn't tell it like a story. She told it in fragments, as if saying the whole thing out loud might call it back. They'd taken a beaten-up blue van, no air conditioning, seats torn up, a cigarette burn or two in the ceiling. One of her friends, a guy named Jesse, had picked the spot. "No one's out there," he'd said. "Perfect for a bonfire, couple drinks, nobody to bother us." And it was true, there was no one out there. Just dust, thorny shrubs, scattered trees, and a darkness so thick it felt like it pressed against the glass. They set up camp beside a low-rise where the ground dipped slightly and the trees grew taller. The fire burned fast, and they passed around cheap beer and worse whiskey. Music played low from someone's phone. A couple of them wandered off to smoke, my aunt among them. She didn't go far, just up the hill a bit, to where she could see the van glowing faint orange from the fire's reflection. That's when she heard it. A soft tink on the metal. She thought it was Jessie screwing around, maybe tossing pebbles or sneaking up behind her. But when she turned, there was no one, just the trees and the weird hush that comes right before something bad happens. She said it didn't feel like silence. It felt like holding your breath. She jogged back down, laughing it off, but when she got to the fire, everyone was already turning their heads toward the van. Another tink, then a heavier clack like something bounced off the roof. It wasn't a branch, there were no trees above. The branches didn't hang that low. They stood watching as another rock smacked the side. They didn't see who threw it. No movement, no figures in the dark, just the firelight and the dirt, and the cold creeping in like it suddenly remembered them. Someone joked about coyotes. Someone else said maybe they were being messed with kids from the res, or squatters. But the tension sat heavy. My aunt didn't like it. She told them she wanted to leave, and one of the girls agreed. The guys were slower to come around, but eventually they all started packing up. They got into the van, slammed the door shut, and tried to shake off the weirdness. That's when the first thud hit the roof. It wasn't a rock, it was heavy, sharp and sudden, like something jumped from a tree and landed with purpose. The van rocked slightly, and they all froze. Jesse cursed under his breath, turned the key. Nothing. The van clicked and groaned but didn't start. Another thud, scraping now, long and slow, like claws dragging across the top. Then the high-pitched squeal of nails or something like them, scratching across the windshield. My aunt said it sounded wrong. Not metal, not quite bone, something in between. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. Whatever it was, it moved with intent. It wasn't panicking or random. It was testing them. They screamed. Some ducked down. Others pressed themselves back into the seats, trying not to breathe. The thing on the roof paced, the weight shifting back and forth with an animal rhythm. Then the worst part, the slow, deliberate scraping of a nail along the edge of the driver's side window. My aunt said it wasn't trying to break the glass, it was trying to see inside. The face that appeared at the window wasn't human. Not quite, it looked like one, but not right. Like someone had copied a face from memory and missed a few key details. The proportions were off. The skin was stretched too tight. The eyes didn't blink. It stared in, and for a long frozen moment no one could move. Then someone, my aunt swears it was the girl in the back, started praying. Soft at first, then louder, urgent. Others joined in. They didn't coordinate it, it just spilled out of them. Whatever pieces of prayer or scripture they remembered from childhood. The thing tilted its head, slow and stiff, and then it was gone. They waited. 1 minute, then 2. No sound, no movement. Just their own breathing and the soft crackle of the dying fire outside. Jesse tried the key again. The van coughed, caught, and roared to life. He hit the gas like he was tearing away from the edge of a cliff. They didn't stop until they hit pavement again. Some 20 minutes later, no one said much after that. A couple of the girls cried. My aunt stared out the window the whole time. When they got home, they left everything in the van, bags, bottles, the cooler. No one wanted to open that door again. The next morning, they went back in daylight. The fire was out, the clearing empty, but the van, God, the van. Deep scratches ran across the roof and windshield like talon marks. Dirt on the hood where something had perched, and one clear handprint, long fingers too long on the driver's side window. They sold the van a week later. Junked it, actually. No one wanted to drive it, no one wanted to sit where that thing had stared in. My aunt doesn't party anymore. At least not like she used to. She doesn't talk about that night unless she's been drinking. And even then, it comes out jumbled. She says it followed them home for a while. Shadows moving just out of sight. Things tapping on the windows late at night. But maybe that was just nerves. Trauma playing tricks. Still, she won't go near the res. Not after dark. Not ever. She said the silence that night wasn't empty. It was waiting for something that finally found them. The first time my mom saw it, she was dragging the garbage can down the gravel driveway, just past the edge of our yard where the woods start thick and quiet. She didn't say anything at first. Not until dinner when she pushed her food around on the plate and finally said, "I saw someone out back earlier. Tall, gray." My dad looked up from the TV, barely listening, and just said something like probably a neighbor. But we didn't really have any neighbors out that way, just trees that swallowed everything behind them. I watched her face. She didn't blink much after she said it, just kept staring past the window over the sink, where the porch light glowed a soft yellow on the rail. She mentioned the hooves the next morning, while brushing her teeth. "I think it had hooves," she mumbled, foam in her mouth like it was something she hadn't meant to say out loud. That was the last time she talked about it at all. Our house sits at the end of a short loop road in a small Iowa neighborhood, the kind of place where every house looks like it was dropped from the same suburban sky, and where the real world stops about 30 feet past the backyard. Beyond that, the trees stand close together, dark even at noon, and they stretch for miles in every direction. I'd grown up knowing they were there, but I never really saw them until that week. I was 16. It was late October. Leaves had fallen in thick piles along the sidewalk, and everything smelled like damp bark and cold metal. School was mostly quiet. Small town, small problems, and I'd taken to riding my bike more just to get away from things. I liked the roads around our neighborhood, even the ones that turned to packed dirt as they dipped closer to the tree line. There was a spot at the end of Orchard Lane where the asphalt gave up entirely and just became forest floor. That's where I stopped that afternoon. Something was off. I hadn't even planned to stop. I was pedaling slow, coasting, about to turn around. But I got the feeling like someone was watching me, not from the road or a nearby house, but from the trees. It was the kind of attention you feel in the back of your neck, like a cold hand. No sound, no movement, just presence. I turned in a slow circle on the bike, trying not to look like I was panicking, then rode home faster than I meant to. That night, our dog Tucker wouldn't stop pacing. He's an old mutt, some kind of shepherd mix with one cloudy eye and a limp that gets worse when it rains. He usually sleeps curled up under the front window, but that night he was whining and circling the back door like something was out there. I got up around midnight to check on him and found him staring through the glass panel. Tail down, ears back. I thought maybe it was a raccoon or one of the wild turkeys that sometimes wandered through. I opened the door just a crack, and Tucker shoved past me onto the porch, growling low in his throat. The porch light was still on, but the yard was swallowed in shadow beyond its reach. I didn't hear anything at first. No leaves rustling, no branches breaking, just the dog's nails clicking nervously against the wood. Then I saw them. Two eyes, low to the ground, reflecting the porch light like amber marbles. They weren't animal eyes. They didn't blink. They didn't move. They just stared. I called Tucker back in, my voice tighter than I expected, and slammed the door. Mom came down a few minutes later, asked if everything was okay. I told her there was something outside, probably a coyote. She didn't say anything, just looked at the window the same way she had looked at the woods 2 nights earlier. Like she already knew. After that, I started watching the woods more closely. I'd stand at the kitchen window while the microwave hummed, or linger at the mailbox longer than I needed to. I never saw anything outright, but I felt it. That same presence from the bike ride. The sense that something was just inside the tree line, never moving, but always aware. Tucker got worse. He started barking at nothing, deep snarls that shook in his chest like he was trying to warn us. Once, while I was doing homework in the living room, he ran to the sliding glass door and launched himself against it so hard I thought he'd break the glass. There was nothing there, just trees and dark. We called the vet. She said it could be his age, or maybe anxiety, but he'd never acted like that before. And when we tried letting him out during the day, he'd bolt off the porch and stop at the edge of the woods, nose high, tail stiff, and stand there trembling until we called him back in. I started keeping a baseball bat under my bed. Not because I thought I'd use it, but because not having anything felt worse. A week after Mom's sighting, I decided to go back to the spot where I'd felt watched. It was mid-afternoon, overcast and cold, and I brought my bike again. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just needed to know if something was really out there, or if we were all just getting paranoid. When I got to the edge of the road, I stopped and looked into the trees. Nothing moved. No wind, no birds. The whole place felt like it had paused. I walked the bike forward a few feet, the tires crunching leaves underfoot. Then I stepped off and leaned it against a stump. About 10 feet in, there was a clearing I'd never noticed before. Small, circular, like something had swept the forest floor clean. No branches overhead, no brush, just bare ground and silence. And the shape. At the far end of the clearing, partially behind a tree, something tall stood with one arm stretched along the bark. Gray skin, mottled like stone. The texture reminded me of driftwood. Its head was wrong, too high, too narrow, and its legs were bent backward at the knee, ending in sharp, narrow hooves that sunk into the earth. It didn't move, not even to breathe. I took a step back, then another, eyes locked on the thing in the clearing. I didn't run. I just turned and walked, calmly, all the way back to my bike. I didn't look back until I was pedaling away, and by then the clearing was empty. That night, we locked every door and window, not just the usual back door and front entrance, every basement hatch, every attic vent. I nailed a board across the doggy door we hadn't used in years. Tucker stayed beside me all night, pressed close like he was guarding me. Mom slept with the bedroom lamp on. Dad finally admitted that something might be wrong, but didn't offer much else. 2 days later, I saw it again. This time it was on the porch. It was just after midnight. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and passed by the front hallway window. The porch light was on again. We'd started leaving it on every night, and there it was, crouched low near the steps. One long hand braced against the railing. Its eyes caught the light again. Same amber shine, same stillness. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. It was like seeing a photo come to life, like the thing didn't belong in motion. Then it stood, slowly, silently, taller than the doorframe. The top of its head brushed the porch ceiling. It took one step toward the door. I took one step back, and then Tucker started barking again, the loudest he'd ever barked. Not at the door, but at the back of the house. The creature on the porch paused, tilted its head, then turned and stepped off into the dark. We never saw it again after that night, but we never stopped watching. We installed floodlights on all sides of the house. Dad set up trail cams, though nothing ever showed. Tucker still growls at shadows near the back fence, and the woods remain just as still as they were that October. We set up camp in northern Minnesota just before dusk, threading the last of the tent poles through the loops as mosquitoes clung to our ankles. The air had a weight to it, humid, still, like the forest was holding its breath. The campsite was secluded, just off an old logging road, ringed with pines so dense the trees seemed to lean in. It was supposed to be peaceful. A break. Just me, my girlfriend Becca, and her cousin Mary. Mary had never camped before. She was hesitant about the whole idea, but Becca convinced her. She said it would be good for her, get her out of the house, away from the noise of the city. Mary was quiet most of the drive, and quieter still as we unpacked, her eyes darting toward the trees every few minutes like she expected someone or something to walk out of them. By the time we had a fire going, it was nearly 11. The flames gave off that slow, hypnotic flicker that pulls your thoughts inward. We ate marshmallows, sipped warm cider from tin mugs. The woods were so quiet it started to feel loud. The absence of anything except the occasional pop from the fire, and distant creaks of wood stretching in the night air. We turned in just before midnight. Becca and I took one side of the big tent. Mary had her own corner. There was no talking once we got inside, just the rustle of nylon sleeping bags and the soft whir of the wind pressing against the tent walls. I lay there awake, tracing the outline of the poles above us, counting the seconds between the breeze and the way it tugged the tarp. Then I felt it. Not heard. Felt. A thud. Then another. Heavy. Distant, but too dense to be a person. The ground under my sleeping mat trembled ever so slightly. I stopped breathing, every muscle tightening at once. Becca shifted beside me. Still asleep, I waited. Another footstep. Closer. You don't realize how much noise the earth makes until something larger than you starts moving through it. The crunch of brush. The low creak of something pressing against young trees. I sat up slowly, careful not to make a sound. I didn't unzip the tent, didn't move toward the flashlight. I just listened, another step closer now. And then it stopped. Right outside the tent, right where Mary was sleeping. The air went still. Mary stirred. I could just make out her silhouette in the dark, curled tight inside her sleeping bag. She started muttering. At first, I thought she was talking in her sleep. Just a few disconnected words. Then it turned into whimpering. Her body twitched like she was trying to shake something off. She gasped, sharp and loud. I looked toward the canvas wall that separated her side of the tent. It sagged slightly inward. Then Mary screamed. It wasn't a startled kind of scream. It was guttural, full of terror, like something ancient had sunk into her chest. She thrashed, arms flailing inside the tent, hitting the walls and her own mat. Becca bolted up right next to me, half asleep, asking what was going on, but I couldn't answer. Mary shouted that something was trying to take her soul. She cried out for it to stop, that it was inside her head, clawing through her thoughts. I crawled across the tent, grabbing her shoulders. Her eyes were open, but wide, glassy, unfocused. She wasn't seeing me. Her entire body shook as she cried. "Make it stop, it's in my chest, it's in my chest." There was no shadow. Nothing I could see through the tent wall. But I felt it, something massive just outside. The smell of wet soil and something sour clung to the air. Something like mold or rotting bark. Then it was gone. No footsteps. No branches snapping in retreat. Just the sense of emptiness returning. Like something heavy had been sitting on your chest and suddenly vanished, leaving your lungs struggling to remember how to work. Mary gasped again and fell limp in my arms. Becca was already digging through her pack for the flashlight. We kept the beam low, not daring to unzip the flap. Mary's face was pale, damp with sweat. Her pulse was erratic. She didn't respond to her name for several minutes. When she finally spoke again, her voice was hoarse. She said she'd been dreaming something chasing her through the woods. Not a person, not an animal, just a shape, towering black, but without edges, like a walking hole. She said it whispered to her, but she didn't hear the words in her ears. They were in her bones. It told her she couldn't leave the woods unless she gave something up. Something real, something eternal, her soul. She said no. In the dream, she screamed no, over and over. But it didn't stop. They climbed inside her chest, pushed against her ribs, tried to open her up from the inside. I didn't tell her that the footsteps stopped right where she had been lying. We stayed awake the rest of the night, huddled in the middle of the tent with the flashlight trained on the walls, as if light could stop something like that. None of us spoke. Even Becca, who always had something to say, kept quiet, just squeezing my hand every so often when the wind picked up. By morning, the forest looked different. The pines didn't lean in anymore. The sun streamed through the canopy in that soft golden way that usually feels comforting. But it didn't this time. It felt like a trick. We packed up without eating. Mary wouldn't meet our eyes. Her hands shook as she folded her sleeping bag, and she kept rubbing her chest like something was still under the skin. I circled the tent once before taking it down. The earth around her corner was pressed in. Not footprints, just a wide, deep indentation like something had been standing there for a long time. Watching, we didn't talk on the drive home. Not even when we stopped for gas and coffee in a tiny town off the highway. Becca played music on her phone. Soft folk stuff, like that would make the silence feel less unnatural. It didn't. Mary didn't come to our next camping trip. She didn't return our texts for a while after either. When she finally did, weeks later, it was just a single message. It's quiet now, but I still feel it sometimes. Waiting. We never went back to that part of Minnesota. I thought about reporting it, whatever it was, to the rangers. But what would I say? That something enormous walked through the trees, stood beside our tent, and tried to steal a girl's soul? No. I tell myself it was just a bad dream. A coincidence. The brain does strange things in the dark. But sometimes when I lie in bed at night and the wind pushes against the house just right, I swear I feel the ground shift slightly beneath me, like something is walking past. looking for a way back in. I remember the way the room felt just before it happened, quiet in that deep, uneasy way that only midnight can be. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty, but watchful. I was lying on my back on the living room carpet, phone in hand, earphones in, half watching a video on low brightness while my cat Nibbler slept. Curled near the heater vent, homeschooled, I kept weird hours. My parents didn't like it, but as long as I kept up with my lessons, they'd given up enforcing bedtime. I was a night owl, more comfortable in the late hours than any other time, but that night didn't feel like any other. It started with Nibbler jerking awake. His ears flattened, his fur puffed up, and his eyes locked onto the window facing the side yard. At first I thought maybe a raccoon had wandered through the garbage bins, sat right outside that window. But Nibbler didn't hiss at raccoons. He didn't bolt for the hallway when he saw squirrels or even the occasional stray dog. He only acted like this when he was afraid. The window was just a few feet away from where I sat. The blinds were down but tilted open enough to let in the orange glow of the street lamp across the road. I followed Nibbler's gaze and froze. There was someone standing on the other side of the glass. At first, in the dim light and warped reflection, my brain tried to dismiss it as my dad. He sometimes went out to smoke when Mom was asleep, and maybe he was checking on something. But the longer I stared, the more that explanation crumbled. The face was wrong. It was my dad's face, but not too tall. I don't mean by a few inches. I mean half a foot taller than my actual father. And the smile. God, the smile. It stretched wide, unnaturally wide, like it was painted on. Every tooth looked visible, even the ones in the very back, and the cheeks lifted in a way that didn't match the eyes. I blinked, thinking maybe it was a trick of the light, but when I opened my eyes again, he was still there, still smiling, still watching. I stood up slowly, not wanting to startle him if he was real. I backed away from the window, grabbed Nibbler, and carried him to the hallway. He clawed at me the whole way, frantic to get away from the living room. I didn't even put him down when I reached my parents' door. I pushed it open carefully. Inside, the air was warm, and I could hear my dad's light snoring. There he was, my real dad, lying on his side facing the wall, wearing a completely different shirt than the one I'd seen on the man outside. I stared for a long moment. He shifted slightly in his sleep, then settled again. My throat went dry. I turned around, went back into the hallway, and looked toward the living room. I had only left for maybe 30 seconds. The blinds were still tilted open. The figure was gone. I checked every lock on the doors and windows after that. Twice. I wanted to wake my parents, but part of me didn't want to hear them tell me I imagined it. I knew what I saw. I stayed up until dawn with all the lights on, and Nibbler didn't leave the spot under my bed until the sky turned gray. The next night, everything was quiet. I forced myself to go to bed early. I didn't look out that window, but 2 days later I noticed something. In the flower bed beneath the side window, one of the lawn gnomes had been moved. Normally it stood facing the garden, but now it looked directly at the window as if watching. I asked my mom if she'd moved it while watering the flowers. She hadn't. I let it go, trying to convince myself it was the wind, or an animal, or something normal. But a week later, while clearing out photos from my phone, I saw a frame from that night unintentional. My thumb must have brushed the shutter. It was mostly black, but in the corner, faintly lit by the streetlight, was a sliver of a face at the window. Too tall, too still. That same awful stretching smile. I deleted the photo without thinking, then immediately regretted it. But something about keeping it felt worse than erasing it. That night I locked my door. Over the next month I started noticing odd things. Not dramatic, subtle. I'd walk past a mirror and swear I saw someone behind me, only to turn and find nothing. I'd hear my dad call my name from the garage, but when I went to check, it was empty and he'd be upstairs watching TV with Mom. One afternoon, I was in the kitchen when I heard the back door open. I looked up and saw him, my dad, walking through like normal. He smiled and said he forgot his phone on the counter. He picked it up and walked out. A minute later, my real dad walked in through the front door, holding his phone, talking to someone on it. He was wearing a different shirt. I dropped the dish I was holding. It shattered. I didn't tell him why I dropped it. I just cleaned it up and pretended it slipped. After that, I started keeping track. I memorized my dad's clothes every morning. I noted the way he stood, the way he cleared his throat when he was tired, how his footsteps sounded in the hallway, because sometimes I'd hear those footsteps at night, heavy, deliberate, but they'd stop before they reached my room, and when I opened the door, nothing. Just the hallway empty and silent. The house still except for the quiet hum of the refrigerator downstairs. Nibbler stopped sleeping near me. He took to hiding in the laundry room, in a basket behind the dryer. I only saw him during the day, and even then he flinched at shadows. One night in early March, I woke up with a start, not from a sound but from the feeling of being watched. I turned over and saw the silhouette of someone standing at the end of my bed, tall, too tall. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just stared as it tilted its head slightly to the side, then turned and walked silently out of the room. When I finally found my voice, I screamed. My dad burst in seconds later, heart pounding, confusion on his face. I told him I saw someone in the room. He checked every door, every window, every closet, nothing. But the attic hatch was ajar. We never used the attic. It was crawl space only. Insulation, wires, dust. No reason to go up there. My dad had to get a chair and a flashlight. I waited downstairs while he climbed up. He said it was empty. I believed him, but he was quieter after that. We had motion lights installed outside. I started sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. My mom laughed at it, said I was just spooked by the wind. Maybe too many horror podcasts. But I noticed she started locking the doors earlier, and she didn't let Nibbler out after dark anymore. Sometimes I'd hear my dad talking to himself in the garage. I'd peek in and he'd be alone, staring at the far wall, silent. When I asked what he was doing, he'd just say he needed air. I never saw the thing again. Not up close, but I'd catch glimpses. Reflections in the car window. A figure standing in the backyard, just out of the light's reach. The smile never changed. One night, I heard scratching at the window again. I didn't look. I just pulled the covers over my head and waited for the sun. I don't know what it wants, or why it looks like my father. I don't even know if I'm the only one who's seen it. Sometimes I catch my dad staring at his reflection for too long, like he's waiting for it to do something he won't. But the locks still hold. The lights still work. And I haven't seen that smile up close again. Not yet, anyway. I wasn't planning on walking home that night. Paul had said his cousin would give us a ride. But the guy vanished sometime after midnight. Probably left with that girl he was talking to. We'd already been drinking, and I'd lost track of how much. Cheap beer, mostly, with a couple swigs off a bottle of something harsher. It was one of those backyard parties on the edge of the Hopi reservation, with music bleeding into the trees and people laughing like they didn't have work in the morning. The 2-mile stretch back to my grandma's house didn't seem that bad at the time. The road was mostly dirt and gravel, winding through low hills and scattered pines. We figured we'd be back before the buzz wore off. It was dead quiet once we got past the last porch light. No cars, no wind, just the crunch of our boots, and the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're too loud just breathing. Paul kept looking over his shoulder, and I tried not to laugh at him. He was jumpy sober, and with a little alcohol in him, every shadow probably looked like a threat. Still, I started hearing it too after a while, that sense that something was behind us. Not close, just watching. We didn't say much. Not at first. I remember kicking a rock out of the way and listening to it skip down into the brush. That's when I realized I couldn't hear anything else. No insects, no night birds, not even our steps for a second. It was like the whole world held its breath. Then I heard it, a dragging inhale, like someone sucking air through a broken pipe, followed by a wet, high-pitched cackle. just once, somewhere off to the right. Paul stopped walking and looked at me. His mouth was open like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. I told him to keep moving. We tried not to look back. The hills got steeper around the halfway point, with patches of brush and tall pines that made it hard to see too far ahead. That's where the air changed. It got heavier, like a storm was coming, but the sky was clear. Every step felt harder than the last. We didn't talk about it, we just kept moving, like maybe whatever was back there wouldn't notice us if we pretended it wasn't real. The sound came again, closer this time. Breathing, labored, rhythmic. Then a scrape, like claws or nails on rock. I wanted to run, but my legs weren't listening. I've been scared before, hunted once by wild dogs as a kid, but this was different. This felt wrong, like we were somewhere we shouldn't be, and then it stepped out. It was standing maybe 20 feet ahead of us, partially lit by the moon. At first I thought it was a coyote. The long snout, the ears, but it was tall, too tall and gaunt, like its skin barely held to its bones. Its legs were wrong, human-shaped almost, with joints that bent the way ours do, but the skin was mottled and pulled too tight. I don't remember its eyes. I remember where they should have been, but it was like my brain wouldn't let me focus there. Paul froze. He whispered something that sounded like a prayer, or maybe just my name. I took a step back. The thing didn't move. It just stood there, breathing, watching. We turned and ran. And I don't remember most of the sprint down that last mile. I know I fell once, skinned my palms on the gravel, but I got back up. Paul was yelling just noise, not words. Behind us I could hear it following, not running, just walking, but it was fast. Every time I thought we'd lost it, I'd hear that breath again, closer. When we reached the clearing near my grandma's place, I expected to see her porch light. I didn't. The house was dark, but she was outside. She was kneeling in the dirt beside the road, surrounded by a circle of white powder and herbs I didn't recognize. She didn't look surprised to see us, didn't even glance our way. Her eyes were shut and her lips moved fast, chanting in a language I hadn't heard since I was a kid. Hopi words, sacred ones. Paul stumbled to a stop, panting. I dropped to my knees beside her, but she held up a hand without opening her eyes. I knew better than to speak. The air around us felt thicker than before, not just heavy charged like the air before lightning strikes. I could feel it in my teeth. Something was wrong with the way the wind moved, circling us without touching the trees. Then the smell hit me. So rot, old, wet fur, rust, like something had died and been left out under the sun for days. I gagged. Paul started crying, just quiet sobs, hunched over like a child. I didn't blame him. Out of the trees behind us, it stepped into view again, closer this time. It didn't walk like a person. Each step was too slow, too deliberate, like it was waiting for something. The moment its foot crossed into the edge of the clearing, my grandmother's voice rose. She poured something, maybe water, maybe ash, from a gourd into the circle, and the flames burst from nowhere. Thin blue fire licked along the powder lines, forming a barrier between us and the thing. It stopped. The creature's face didn't change, but I felt it watching, judging like it was trying to decide whether to test the fire or wait it out. Then it smiled. I don't know how to explain it. It didn't move its mouth. Its face didn't change, but I felt it smile. Cold, cruel, patient. My grandmother's chanting grew louder, more urgent. She took a feather from her pouch and waved it through the fire, drawing symbols in the air. The wind screamed. Trees bent backward. The ground beneath us trembled. Then the creature was gone. No footsteps, no growl. 1 second it was there, and then it wasn't. Like it had never existed. Just the smell remained, and even that began to fade. My grandmother slumped forward, catching herself on her hands. Paul helped her up. She didn't speak until we got her inside. Even then, all she said was, "It followed the wrong blood tonight." I asked her what she meant, but she didn't answer. Paul wouldn't talk about it afterward. Not to me, not to anyone. He moved to Flagstaff a few months later, said he needed a fresh start. I stayed. I tried to forget, but I still don't walk that road at night. My grandmother passed last year. When I cleaned out her room, I found a pouch like the one she'd used that night filled with herbs, ash, and something that looked like white sand. I didn't throw it out. Some nights when the wind dies and the trees stop moving, I take it out and trace a small circle by the door, just in case it remembers me. It was just after midnight when Dad nudged my shoulder in the dark. I already knew what that meant. The moment I'd been waiting for all week. We were going hunting again. This time on the dairy farm outside of Ashland, where the coyote population had been getting out of hand. A farmer was offering cash for every confirmed kill. It wasn't glamorous, but for a 13-year-old who lived for the woods and had grown up with a rifle in his hands, it was the closest thing to a paycheck I could earn that didn't involve feeding calves or shoveling muck. We parked his old truck on the gravel access road by the east tree line. A low fog sat over the frozen pastures, thick enough to blur the moonlight into a dull silver sheen that lit the woods in patches. Everything smelled damp, earth and manure, and wood smoke hanging in the air. I remember stepping out into that cold and feeling charged, alive. The barn was still lit on the far side of the fields, casting a yellow glow against the darkness. Somewhere behind us, a cow lowed softly. Dad was already loading his rifle. He moved with his usual calm, checked my scope, tapped the stock of my .22, then led the way down toward the creek bed where the coyotes usually ran. I followed him wordlessly, boots crunching on frost-hardened grass. We found the first carcass, maybe half a mile in. It wasn't a coyote, it was a deer. A big buck, body twisted unnaturally, throat torn open, not clean like a gunshot or even a typical animal kill. No meat missing, just destruction. Its eyes were wide open, milky and still. Dad knelt beside it, pulled the flashlight from his vest, and swept the beam over the ground. I could see his jaw tighten, no drag marks. He muttered, mostly to himself. Didn't eat it either. I wanted to ask what could have done that, but I didn't. I was trying to be like him, quiet, focused, unbothered. So we just kept walking, but the feeling changed after that. We started noticing things, birds taking off in bursts, like something had spooked them. A pair of hogs stampeding across the far side of the field, snorting, squealing like they were being chased, even though nothing was behind them. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see another hunter, or maybe a bear. Not that we had many around here. Dad's pace slowed. I watched him stop every 50 yards or so, scanning the dark like he was trying to spot something before it saw us. That was the second strange thing. My dad wasn't the type to get rattled. He'd been hunting since he was a kid, same as his father, and I'd seen him put down a buck with a broken leg just to keep it from suffering. He never flinched, never hesitated, but now he was hesitating, watching the treetops, listening harder than usual. His hand kept drifting to the sidearm on his belt. At the second carcass, he stopped dead. This one was a doe, ripped nearly in half, legs splayed in different directions like it had been thrown. Same untouched meat. Same cold, glassy eyes. That's when he told me, without looking at me, "We're not tracking coyotes tonight." I didn't know what to say. I think part of me still wanted to believe it was just a big cat, or maybe a rogue dog. Something we could handle. Something real. But that's not how the woods felt. It was like every living thing out there wanted to be somewhere else. Birds. Hogs. Even the coyotes had gone quiet. I remember thinking it was like being the only people left in an evacuated town. Like the silence wasn't peace. It was warning. We didn't find tracks. Not really. Just deep impressions in the soil near the edge of the creek. Not paw prints, not hooves. Just pressure points. Like something heavy had walked upright but didn't sink like it should have. The marks were spaced wide. Too far for a human stride. Too narrow for a bear. I saw my dad raise his light and just stand there, staring into the dark beyond the creek bed. Then he clicked it off. "We're heading back," he said flatly. Now, that's when I started to feel it. Not fear, exactly. Not at first. Just the sense that we were being watched. Not stalked. Watched. Like whatever it was didn't need to move quietly. Like it didn't care if we knew it was there. We doubled back across the ridge. Dad kept glancing over his shoulder, and once he stopped entirely and lifted his rifle. I froze, followed his eyes. Nothing, just trees and fog. But the silence was loud. My ears rang with it. Then came the smell. Not blood, worse. Sour, rotting musk that made my throat close up. Like something dead had been left in the sun for days, but thicker like it moved. Dad pulled me close and whispered, "Don't run, no matter what." He didn't explain, just kept us moving in a low crouch, staying out of the open. We skirted the edge of the woods instead of cutting straight through the pasture. It took longer, but he said nothing else. That's when we heard it. A kind of clicking, dry bone on bone like claws or teeth chattering. It echoed, not loud, but constant. I thought maybe it was branches in the wind, until it stopped, just gone, like it knew we'd noticed. We made it to the truck without seeing anything. I climbed in, heart pounding, eyes scanning the tray line. That should have been the end. But before Dad started the engine, he pulled out his flashlight one last time and swept it across the tree line behind us. For half a second, I thought I saw something. Not clearly, just shape, pale, wrong, low to the ground, but long-limbed, hunched, facing us. Then the light passed, and it was gone. Dad stared for a long time before he finally turned the key. We didn't speak on the drive home. Next morning, we got a call. A neighbor found 3 more deer, torn up like the others, near the creek. No tracks, no signs of feeding, just violence. We never went back to that part of the farm again. The farmer stopped offering bounty for coyotes not long after. Said he hadn't seen or heard any for weeks. Claimed the hogs were acting strange, breaking fences, refusing to go near the woods. Even the birds changed their flight paths. I asked my dad once what he thought we saw. He just shook his head. "Nothing that belongs out there," he said quietly. "Nothing that hunts for food. We still hunt. Different places now. Open fields. Daylight only. I keep a flashlight in my bag, even during the day, just in case. I never saw it again. But sometimes at night, I hear that same clicking sound in my dreams. Always just beyond the trees, just out of sight. And when I wake up, there's this smell, just faint enough that I start to wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting." I started working the farm a few weeks into November. The ground had already gone stiff underfoot, and by late afternoon, the cold settled into the bones. It was the kind of rural job college students take when money's tight, and the semester's on the downhill slope. I managed the evening feedings, just a dozen or so cows in a back pasture behind the barn. Nothing glamorous, just hay, water, and the quiet groan of cold metal gates. The owner, an older guy named Lee, gave me a set of keys for the tool sheds and main house. I usually kept them clipped to my belt loop. That day, I must have left them on the hook by the barn office when I dropped off some invoices. I didn't realize until the sun was already dipping, sky blushing purple, and the wind carried that early dusk stillness that comes just before the animals bed down. I'd finished feeding the cows, had just latched the last gate, when I turned toward the house and felt the absence of the keys. My hand went to my hip like it always did, and met only denim. The barn office was locked from the outside. I swore under my breath, kicking at a stone buried in the frost-hardened dirt. There was no way back into the house without those keys. That's when I heard the whistle. It came from the direction of the tree line that bordered Lee's property east side, where the land dipped into a narrow wood that climbed a low hill. Beyond that hill sat a smaller property, overgrown and unworked. Lee told me once that no one had lived there for years. The roof had caved in sometime in the early 2000s. Only the stone foundation remained under a tangle of brush and saplings. The whistle was 2 notes rising, then falling. Not a bird call, not something natural. It was deliberate, tuned to human ears. I waited, letting the wind carry silence back over the fields. Again, 2 notes. Sharp this time, closer. I thought maybe it was a trespasser or some kids poking around. Maybe someone hunting illegally on the far side of the hill. I grabbed the flashlight from my truck and crossed the pasture, boots scraping frost from the grass. The edge of the woods marked a real shift in light. Even with the flashlight, shadows fell fast and deep between the trees. Most of the leaves had dropped already, making the branches look like black veins stitched across the sky. I moved slow. The flashlight's beam cut through the brush, lighting strips of bare earth and rot-slick logs. Then I caught a smell, something rank, not manure or compost, more like wet dog and sour garbage. It crawled up my throat, made me gag behind a sleeve. There was a sound too, under the smell, wet, bubbling, gurgling, like someone trying to speak through water. The whistling stopped. I should have turned around. Every part of me knew that. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that if I turned my back I'd hear footsteps breaking behind me in the leaves. So I kept going, up the slope, past an old fence post wrapped in thorned vines. My boots hit stone flat, moss-eaten, the remains of the old property. The smell was stronger here, thick, like it came from inside the earth. I turned in a slow circle, flashlight sweeping the ruins. That's when I heard it. My voice, not someone yelling for help, not a cry or scream. My voice saying exactly what I had just whispered minutes before. I should have turned around. Same words, same tone. My voice, it came from ahead, past a crumbling chimney, from within the collapsed remains of what used to be a root cellar. I stood frozen. The flashlight trembled in my grip. Then I heard it again, only this time it was closer. A perfect echo, delivered half a breath too late, as if someone or something had heard my thought and decided to play it back. I should have turned around. It didn't trail off like an echo. It ended on the exact same cadence, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I didn't speak, didn't move. The gurgling started again, louder this time, closer. I aimed the flashlight toward the cellar hole. The beam landed on stone steps, slick with moss, and a puddle of black water pooled at the bottom. Something shifted in that water just under the surface. I couldn't see its shape, but I heard it breathe. Then it spoke. "Don't run." My voice again. Not shouted, said soft, like a warning, like a dare. I turned and ran. I don't remember how I made it down the hill. I slipped once, palms raking through gravel and old leaves, but I kept going. At one point, I thought I heard my own footsteps behind me, doubled in tempo, gaining. But when I burst out of the woods and into the open pasture, the sound stopped. The barn office was still locked. I sprinted to my truck and slammed the door shut. My flashlight fell to the floorboards, beam cutting across my jeans. I sat there panting, fingers shaking too hard to start the ignition. It was dark now, real dark, the kind of dark that drinks the outlines of things. I locked the truck doors. Out in the field, nothing moved. Then came the whistle, same 2 notes, from the tree line, right where I'd come out. It didn't come closer, didn't repeat, just that one whistle, like a bookmark in time, like a nod. I waited until full night, until I couldn't even make out the barn, before I drove home. I didn't tell Lee, didn't go back the next day. I left a voicemail saying something had come up at school, and I'd need to take a break. 2 days later, I drove out in the early afternoon to grab my last paycheck. Bright sunlight, wide open sky, the kind of day that makes you question if anything strange ever really happened at all. I walked out to the barn and, out of habit, checked the hook where I always left the keys. They were hanging there, exactly where I must have left them, still on the clip. Only the keychain was missing. In its place, a loop of knotted twine, tied in the shape of a crude figure 8. I didn't touch it. I haven't been back since. I avoid that stretch of road entirely, but sometimes, especially when the wind picks up just after sundown, I think about the voice in the cellar, the way it said my own words back to me, like it didn't just hear me, like it understood me, and I wonder what would have happened if I'd spoken again.